Live racing is now on Wednesday nights at Rideau Carleton with a 6 p.m. post time. And this Wednesday night was an exciting one with preferreds on the trot and pace. Waiting for her turn along the pylons for Ryan Guy, 3 wide late. Greenleaf going to turn on some late speed outside of Northern Professor, who is still coming on. First over up the inside late. Gold Dealer making a move, but How Mac Glider looks to be too good. It's going to be How Mac Glider finishing ahead of Northern Professor, then Gold Dealer. Might have been Diara finishing fourth, 2 minutes and 4/5. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 1 winner, number 3, How Mac Glider, a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Muscle Mass out of Glidetown. Owned by How Mac Farms Limited, Prince Edward Island, with Rodney Locke and trainer Vic Putty of Ontario. How Mac Glider was bred by Joie de Vie Farm LLC of New Jersey, and driven to a new lifetime mark of 2 minutes and 4/5 by Marie-Claude Auger. Pressing on the outside, and Stomper Tom gearing up on the inside for the stretch drive. They're trying to hunt down Wish You'd Tell Me. His early lead is evaporating because Stomper Tom is surging up the inside, and Ciel Bleu is coming on outside. It's going to be Ciel Bleu over Wish You'd Tell Me, Stomper Tom, and CS Gold Policy may have been fourth. 1:58 and 1. Back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 2 winner, number 5, Ciel Bleu, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass out of Volonté, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated and Gestion Louis Latulippe Incorporated of Quebec. Ciel Bleu was bred by Écurie Provocante, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 3rd win this season for Ciel Bleu, 1:58 and 1. At 3/4, and Tyrone Bowtie, under urging from Ryan Guy, is trying to hunt down the leader, and that's Impressive Dude, trying to see this through and avenge last Wednesday's preferred handicap. It's down to these two once again, trotting gamely to the wire. Impressive Dude is getting stung once again by going away winner Tyrone Bowtie. Raising Rusty for third, 1:56 flat. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Looks Like a Chippendale out of Risk Seeker, owned by Cynthia Graham and Mark Mailloux of Ontario, with Gillian Keating of BC. He was bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven to his 2nd consecutive victory by Flyin' Ryan Guy. 1:56 flat. Tyrone Bowtie. Looms the danger from the inside as Twice the Delight backs down, battling to the wire. Kiki D Hanover on the inside. Amicable Hanover, 1 late surge, and it's Amicable Hanover. Kiki D Hanover, Twice the Delight for show, 1:59 flat. Carleton Winner's Circle. Just circling in front of the winner's circle, number 6, Amicable Hanover. I'm told the stable name is Poopsie. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight out of Attitude Hanover, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario, with Sean McIsaac and Jody Sanderson of PEI, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon, to a new lifetime mark of 1:59 flat, her 2nd consecutive win, Amicable Hanover. Tested Mythic Gambler sticks a neck in front now, and I Am a Rocket looms the danger. He's 2nd over, moving into 3rd as they circle for home. The light speed continues to trail as Mythic Gambler goes head-to-head down the stretch against Early Action. Mythic Gambler moving on and getting that win for Robert Shepard. 2nd was Early Action. Then it was back to I Am a Rocket 3rd. It looked like the light speed 4th, 1:53 and 4. Now the official winner of race 5. He was bred by White Birch Farm, Allentown, New Jersey. He's owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec. trained by Catherine Girard and driven to victory by Robert Shepard. 2 for 2 this season. 153-4. Mythic Gambler. In the third is La Barbe, 126 flat. They went by 3/4 some time back, and Beach Roller rolling on, chased down the lane by Mock Art in Motion, and La Barbe has his chance as well. There's a late move from Silverado up the inside path. It's going to be close to the wire. Mock Art in Motion for Jason Gilchrist gets the win over Beach Roller. Then it's La Barbe. Silverado fourth, 155-1. One Mock Art in Motion, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of Because I'm KG. Owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. Mock Art in Motion was bred by Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. That's win number 2 of the season, and a new seasonal best of 155-1. Mock Art in Motion. Front end, I'm Just a Gigolo, trying to see this through. Napoleon Hill attacking, and J.M. Stella also looming a danger up the inside path. That is Stormont Friendly down the center of the track, and up the inside path, J.M. Stella and Sylvain Lacaille going to win, going away over I'm Just a Gigolo. Then it's Napoleon Hill ahead of Stormont Friendly, 2 minutes and 4/5. Bay Mare by 6-pack out of Timel Fire It Up. Owned by Ferme Canico Farm Incorporated, Saint Bernard de la Colle, Quebec. Bred by R.K. Joe Miscomon of Muncie, Ontario. Trained by Kelly Duval Lacaille. Driven to victory by Sylvain Lacaille. That's the first win of the season in the third start of the year. J.M. Stella, 2 minutes and 4/5. But the closers are coming on late. That's Anna's Wish continuing to chase down the lane. But DA Temptation, a formidable lead. Horizon Sealster making a bid up the inside late. And it could be too late because DA Temptation is strong, but not as strong as Horizon Sealster. Getting that victory over the fast closing Sobel Amber. It looked like DA Temptation holding on for show, 155-1. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial Race 8 winner number 1, Horizon Sealster, gets her 3rd win in a row. She's a 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight out of Hope and Faith, owned by Julia Ferguson, Lloydstone, Coral Bailey, and Sean Vino of Ontario. She was bred by Sealster Farms Incorporated, Lucan, Ontario, trained by Ted McDonald, driven to victory by William Waugh. That's win number 5 of the season, 155-1. Horizon Sealster. The unofficial top 4 make down the stretch with Day Trader, who's coming on late for Guy Gagnon. No one else in easy range of this pair, so it's between them. Curious Cortez on the inside, and then it's going to be Day Trader moving past at the wire. Holding on for show was Saskabush Steve. 4th, Rockin' My Dream, 154-1. Over. Day Trader adds to his total here in the last of the night, race 9. Day Trader, a 1-9 winning favorite in race 9. Day Trader, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry out of Day to Ponder, owned by Gerald Donnell of Ottawa, bred by Mark Smith of Lexington, Kentucky, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 154-1. Day Trader. In the race 5 preferred handicap pace, Mythic Gambler and Robert Shepard kept their streak alive, going undefeated together for a 153-4 victory in the first attempt at the top class for the Catherine Girard trainee. Join us again on Mother's Day, Sunday, May 11th for live racing at 6:30. Bring mom or your mother figure to take it all in after brunch at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway, and happy Mother's Day to all the moms, grandmas, and mother figures out there. It's our 11th race night of the 2025 meet. We've got 10 live races coming up, the first of them with a 6:30 p.m. post time. The track is fast and weather conditions clear. A temperature of 16 degrees Celsius, 60 Fahrenheit. Winds are out of the southeast at 10 kilometers an hour, or 6 miles per hour. Humidity is at 22%. It's a perfect evening for some racing in the nation's capital. Here are your changes for tonight's card. In race 1, the driver of number 2, Gascoigne Sunday, changed to Ryan Guy. Marie-Claude Auger will be joining us a little later on. Ryan Guy catch drives the 2 in race 1. No changes in races 2, 3, or 4. In race 5, there were 3 changes, and they are all on number 3, Better on the Island. She will race without Lasix. She goes from blinkers to Swedish blind, and her hobbles are out half an inch, going from 57 inches to 57.5 inches. That's all on the 3 in race 5, Better on the Island. No changes in races 6 or 7. There's a shoeing change in race 8 on number 6, going steel to aluminum up front. That again in race 8, number 6. The 6 in race 8 is Wasting No Time. There were no changes in race 9. And 1 scratch in race 10, scratch the 1, Better Hold On Tight, a judge's scratch, injured. Those are the changes so far for tonight's 10 race card. Thanks very much for joining us. We're about 27 minutes away from post time for race 1. The favorite right now, 1-2, the odds on number 3, Fancy Lettering. Guy Gagnon, catch driving this mare once again for owner-trainer John McMillan. She was second to Horizon Sealster, April 30th, and this is her comeback with some class relief. Windows are open for race 1 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double wagering available. This week in harness racing, we follow up with the 7-year-old Emotion Riche, who started his career at Rideau Carleton Raceway and also Hippodrome 3R. He took the Vernon Downs Preferred on Friday night
and they're
for
off and
Chris
racing.
Long.
Century Invader to the front, in between horses. Emotions Riches far inside for Grand Slam Hero. Off stride goes Duracell. Racing in 4th is Yankees Beast, followed in 5th by Light-Footed Legend. They race their way to the first turn over the inside. Century Invader going to the outside. Here comes Emotions Riches. Emotions Riches and Chris Long will take over to the 4-5 favorite now, up by a neck. First quarter, 29-3. Into the pocket now, that's Century Invader, 2 lengths third. It's Grand Slam Hero. Racing 4th best, Yankees Beast is a length and a half ahead of Light-Footed Legend, and about 10 lengths to the trailer. But back trotting, Duracell. They race down the back stretch, and leading it, it's Emotions Riches, second choice. Century Invaders right there, second, gap up to Grand Slam Heroes, third with Yankees Beast, fourth. Light-Footed Legend, fifth. Getting a little closer now, 5 behind is Duracell, the half, 1 minute and 2/5. They race to the far turn, and it's Emotions Riches still there, a length and a quarter. Century Invader has that great pocket trip. First up on the outside at 20-1. Yankees Beast inside for Grand Slam Hero. Racing in fifth, light-footed Legend. And still last, Duracell as they race to three quarters. And Motion's Rich has been there from the start. Century Invader pops the pocket. Three quarters, 1:28 and 4 as they make the turn for home. And leading on the inside of Motion's Riches. Century Invader trying to get there on the outside. Something left in the tank for Motion's Riches. Back up by 2 lengths. Century Invader giving it everything he's got. But it's Emotions Riches strongest in this one. Up by 2.5 lengths now. It's Emotion Riches in front. Century Invader had to settle for second with Grand Slam Hero third. Closed for fourth. Time of the mile 1:57 and 1.
Congratulations to Emotions Riche, the winner of the Preferred at Vernon Downs on Friday, as we just witnessed. His second career start was at Rideau Carleton back on July 16th, 2020, and he finished second for driver Tyler Jones and trainer Cassandra LaCourte. We're about 23 minutes away from post time for race 1. And for those who visit our Trackside Simulcast Lounge on Saturday nights for Tammy Forgey's on-track free-to-play handicapping contest, we had no winner last night, so the jackpot is now up to $1,200. If you're in the Ottawa area or even just passing through, it's worth visiting the Trackside Simulcast Lounge on Saturday evenings to try your luck and handicapping skill to get that $1,200 jackpot. I've been informed that tonight the casino will be completely closed around 2 a.m. for electrical upgrade work and will reopen on Tuesday at 9 a.m. So pay close attention to that if you're playing the Hard Rock Casino Ottawa tonight or had plans to tomorrow. Right now, we're looking at playing race 1 at Rideau Carleton, and Glenn Pearson and myself are both leaning to the outside of the favorite here, going with number 5, Stonebridge Hermes for trainer driver Jacques Baudouin. He's been moving down the class ladder somewhat and is in a good spot here. In the place spot, Glenn is looking to the 1-9 current favorite, number 3, Fancy Lettering. I'm using that one to show. I like Glenn's third choice as my place horse here, number 4, Springbridge Jim, who closed well for trainer driver Andrew Moore in his most recent outing, May 4th at this track. And then to complete the superfecta, both Glenn and myself are looking to number 2, Gascoigne Sunday, trained by John McMillan. This stablemate of Fancy Lettering does have a driver change from Marie-Claude Auger to Ryan Guy in upcoming race 1. So that's our choices. However, the bettors are bullish on the Guy Gagnon angle, I think. He's returning to drive Fancy Lettering, the 3 here. Fancy Lettering gradually gained ground along the rail to pocket up behind early leader D.A. Cinnamon Crunch on April 30th and had a first over move past the opening quarter. Fancy Lettering was under pressure from first over Horizon Sealster on the backstretch and fought hard right to the wire, getting edged out late. This is her first start against the male pacers at Rideau Carleton. Fancy Lettering, a 4-year-old bay mare. 7-1, a generous price on the 5, Stonebridge Hermes, a top choice of both Glenn and myself. He's returning to the class of his most recent front-end win from the same post position here on December 1st of last year for Ryan Guy. Stonebridge Hermes was third over from last past the half on Sunday and lost ground late. He has the steepest post and class relief in this field. And the 4, Springbridge Jim, had his first 2024 win here in his 4th straight start at the non-winners of $900 per start classification. Springbridge Jim is a front-end loving type, stepping up in class after Sunday's ground-saving trip behind the pace setter Woodmere Gaelic. He was gapping third to the half, covered up on the backstretch, and second over on the final turn. He followed the first over winner down the stretch to finish third. That's Springbridge Jim, 7-2 right now from post 4. We're about 18 minutes away from post time for race 1. Thanks to everyone joining us, whether on the track or at the OTB or online, wherever you are. We had 3 qualifiers here starting at 5 o'clock, and here's just a quick recap. In the first of the 3, it was for pacers and trotters. The trotter, Royal du Haras, was the winner in 2 minutes flat for Loic Guriel. And he did this over pacers. He beat 364 and Red Cape Party, who was third in that mile. The fractions 28-4, 59-4, 130-1, 2 minutes flat for the 4-year-old gelding Royal du Haras. In the second qualifier, it was all trot. The Rideau veteran, the 13-year-old Angels Kid, was the winner by half a length. 2:02.3 the clocking. Mike Armstrong, his trainer and driver, he beat All Muscle and Sass, who was second, Orly's Angel, who was third, and The Magic of Life, who broke leaving and was fourth in the second qualifier. And in the final qualifier on the pace, Bia Beth was the winner by a length and a half, 2:02.4 for trainer-driver Mike Armstrong over Business on the Beach, One Hot Babe, and Montague Molly. The fractions there, 30-1, 1:02.4, 1:33.1, 2:02.4, the winning mile for Bia Beth. We're about 14 minutes away from post time for race 1. The only change in this race has to do with the 2 Gascoigne Sunday, going from listed driver Marie-Claude Auger to Ryan Guy. Marie-Claude Auger will be here, just running a little bit late. And the 2 Gascoigne Sunday, 7-1 on the board right now. His one Rideau win was a front-end trip over a good surface on March 23rd for Marie-Claude Auger. He nearly equaled that 1:54 and 1 mile on Sunday, also closing in the same sharp 28 and 4 last quarter. After racing near the back of the field, he made a mild late bid, Gascoigne Sunday. Post 2 in race 1, which has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. We have a worth remembering segment coming up before race 1. I'd like to thank Aidan Keeley-Griffiths for sending that in. It's a beautiful mare who raced here. I won't say any more. She has since become a mom. So happy Mother's Day to all the brood mares and also to the human mothers, of course. A big part of the harness racing community. Lots of moms play a part in taking care of the horses and all aspects of the industry.
freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
On tonight's Worth Remembering segment, we take a look at one of the rare greys to race at Rideau Carleton, the mare Paris Freeluck, trained by Steve Bellil and driven to victory by Scott Coulter.
And they're off. Montreal Beauty gets away quickly. Far outside, there's Mount Joy now up into be second. In between horses, Depster. Fourth best away to Modern Best. Sliding into fifth now is Giddy Up Bella, just ahead of Passionate Trish. Then it's back there to Let Go of My Halo. Ahead of the trailers, Becky's Delight and Paris Freeluck. The favorite is trailing the field, but very much in contention as they arrive in single file to the opening quarter, put up in a time of 27-2. And it's Mount Joy to show the way here. Montreal Beauty looks at it from second. Tracking intently from third as they come in front of the stands is Depster. Rounding out the top four, Modern Best. Backfield motion begins with Passionate Trish and Brad forward. Becky's Delight attempts to grab that cover. Down at the inside, Let Go of My Halo. And Paris Freeluck has some 12 lengths to make up. Now tipped to the outside by Scott Coulter as they approach the half in a time of 56-4. Race leader is Mount Joy. Takes the field down this Rideau backstretch. Montreal Beauty tracking very closely, nose to helmet second. Now coming up first over, there goes Modern Best. Montreal Beauty will have to wait for now, trying to squeeze out of the pocket. Down along the inside, ground-saving trip, shooting the gap is Debster. Then it's a few lengths back there to Giddy Up Bella. To her outside is Let Go of My Halo, and now it's Paris Freeluck beginning to make a bid, but a lot of ground to cover here. 3/4, 126 flat. The race leader, Mount Joy, about to be confronted by Modern Best, and Paris Freeluck has made up an awful lot of ground here, now threatening on the far outside as they come to the head of the stretch. Any one of these four, and now emerging with the lead is Modern Best. Coulter on the far outside with Paris Freeluck. In between horses, Let Go of My Halo. Passing lane for Debster. At the line, it is very close. Paris Freeluck, Modern Best. Debster got in for a share, 157-1.
You don't see a lot of grays at Rideau Carleton, but Paris Freeluck found the winner's circle there for driver Scott Coulter. Also, someone that you don't see a whole lot at this track, but an impressive effort there with Paris Freeluck. Post Parade is coming up for race one here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to everyone joining us in person or online tonight. And the post parade is on track for race one. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, filly and mare claimers with a $15,000 claiming price. and they race for a purse of $6,000. One is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario, trained and driven by Brian Scott. Two is Gascoigne Sunday, owned by trainer John McMillan with Aidan Keeley-Griffiths of Odessa, Ontario. And note the driver change from Marie-Claude Auger to Ryan Guy. Three is Fancy Lettering, owned and trained by John McMillan, Odessa, Ontario, driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Springbridge Gym, owned, trained, and driven by Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, co-owned by Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And completing this field from post 5, it's the current 1-9 favorite, Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. That's your field of 5 pacers for upcoming Race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering available. The only change in either leg of the early double has to do with the driver change in Race 1. Ryan Guy getting the drive on number 2, Gascoigne Sunday. We're zooming in on the current favorite, Stonebridge Hermes. He was 7-1 early, and I couldn't believe that price. He's the top selection of both myself and Glenn Pearson here. A 7-time winner last season, and a very classy 6-year-old pacer. Stonebridge Hermes competing in the preferred handicap 3 times so far this season. And now he's racing at a reduced classification, getting significant post relief. He started from post 7 here, May 4th. That was for a catch driver, Stéphane Pouliot, getting the drive most recently. Stonebridge Hermes 0 for 5 this season, but again, competing mainly at the preferred handicap level against some very tough horses here like Light the Torch, Early Action, and the Light Speed. So this represents a lot of class relief for Stonebridge Hermes. 1-9 for a reason. Glenn's second choice and my third choice is the 3, Fancy Lettering. This mare was the early favorite, and she looked very good in the post parade. Guy Gagnon keeping the drive after a close decision. She was second by just a half length behind Horizon Sealster on April 30th and has 2 wins so far this season. Fancy Lettering, a nice acquisition by John McMillan. Her most recent win was February 6th at Woodbine Mohawk Park on the front end. And she, too, has a bit of class relief here, although this is her first ever start against male pacers. She's 7-1 right now. That's the 3, Fancy Lettering. And 12-1 seems quite generous on number 4, Springbridge Gym. A 2-time winner last year, famous for his front-end loving ways, and he can be a little bit erratic. This is his second start of the season, and he closed well in his most recent effort here, finishing 3rd behind RJ Superfreak and Woodmere Gaelic on May 4th with his trainer Andrew Moore in the bike. 11-1 on number 4, Springbridge Gym. The starter has called the race 1 Pacers. This is your last opportunity to play the early daily double that kicks off here in race 1. Great to see the crowd at the picnic tables on this beautiful evening. Happy Mother's Day. The Pacers are now lining up behind the gate. 1 is well worth the wait for Brian Scott. 2, Gascoigne Sunday for catch driver Ryan Guy. 3 is Fancy Lettering, Guy Gagnon. 4, Springbridge Jim, Andrew Moore. And on the outside 5, Stonebridge Hermes, Jacques Baudouin. The Pacers are now on the backstretch. Lined up for the start. And they're off and pacing with well worth the wait, leaving from the inside and between horses. Fancy Lettering has some gate speed. Widest of all, that's Stonebridge Hermes making an early move. A battle now between Fancy Lettering on the inside and a still advancing first over Stonebridge Hermes to the mare's outside, and he's now landing on the lead for Jacques Baudouin. That puts Fancy Lettering in the pocket just ahead of well worth the wait as they circle past the opening quarter of 27-1. They're in single file procession down the stretch the first time, led by Stonebridge Hermes, keeping a length ahead of Fancy Lettering. Then it's an equal distance to well worth the wait third. Gascoigne Sunday sits second from last, and trailing the field right now is Springbridge Jim. Nobody making a move yet as Stonebridge Hermes coasts along on the front end, approaching the half and opening up a little. He's about a length and a quarter ahead of next closest Fancy Lettering and has reached the half in 56-2 unchallenged. The 1-9 leader is keeping easily ahead of Fancy Lettering, who's now about 2 lengths in arrears, stepping out to come first over out of third. That's well worth the wait, getting a bit of urging on the outside, moving up the cones into fourth. That's Gascoigne Sunday coming on now, and at the back of the field, yet to make his move, Springbridge Jim. They headed past 3/4 in 1:24-4. And Stonebridge Hermes is having everything his way. Fancy Lettering about to take her shot now for Guy Gagnon down the stretch. Stonebridge Hermes is fighting against Fancy Lettering. She is alongside and drawing ahead up the inside. Gascoigne Sunday coming on, but it's going to be Fancy Lettering over Gascoigne Sunday. Stonebridge Hermes. Springbridge Jim appeared to be fourth, 154 flat. Stonebridge Hermes had everything his way on the front end, but Fancy Lettering, who looked so good warming up and in the post parade, got a perfect trip for catch driver Guy Gagnon and draws away for her first Rideau victory. A good late surge from Gascoigne Sunday for a place as well. It's a John McMillan exactor in race 1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 1. 3, Fancy Lettering, a 10-1 winner for Guy Gagnon. Second, Gascoigne Sunday. Third, 1-9 favorite, number 5, Stonebridge Hermes. And fourth was the 4, Springbridge Jim. 3, 2, 5, 4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back into the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, it's unofficial race 1 winner, number 3, Fancy Lettering, a 4-year-old bay mare by Stag Party out of Goldie's Bad Girl, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, bred by Dale Towell of Leamington, Ontario. Driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's her first Rideau Carleton win. Congratulations. A new seasonal mark, 154 flat for Fancy Lettering. And results are now official for race 1. Prices are posted. 3, Fancy Lettering pays $22.40 to win. The $2 exactor, 3-2, pays $49.30. It's $36.50 for the $1 triactor, 325, and the $1 superfecta 3-2-5-4 combination pays $128.90. The race 1 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Well Worth the Wait, finished 5th. 2, Gascoigne Sunday was 2nd. 3, Fancy Lettering, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 4, Springbridge Jim finished 4th. And 5, Stonebridge Hermes was 3rd as beaten 1-9 favorite. From the top down, your program should read 5-2-1-4-3. The fractions were 27-1 to the quarter, 56-2 at the half, 124-4 at 3/4, 154 flat. The winning mile and a seasonal best for Fancy Lettering. Race 2 is coming up next with our first pick 4, 20-cent base wager. There are no changes in race 2 or race 3. Race 4 also free of changes, and in race 5 the only changes on the 3. Better on the Island, off lay 6, blinkers to Swedish Blind, and the hobbles out from 57 to 57.5 inches. So working out this ticket, race 2, I figured that Arson Sealster would be the favorite. He's 1-5, and for a good reason. with a near perfect record this season. The 5, Midnight Lover, or My Midnight Lover, has had some bad luck in a couple of starts here and closed well for place most recently, dueling down the stretch with Arson Seelster. I think she could be even better tonight. So My Midnight Lover, the 5, 9-1 right now. In race 3, this is a tough field, and Trip will determine the winner. Smiling Billy the Kid, number 5, for Benoit Hébert and Marie-Claude Auger, a spot play for me. The 3, Tignanello, likely to be the favorite. The 2, Beef and Cheddar, on a win streak. And the 1, Logan Behold, for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer, tough to play against, but that is a deep field in race 3. Race 4, going with 3 horses. The 7, Manhattan Joe, for Pascal Berube and Marc-Andre Simoneau, a good closer. The post shouldn't really hurt him. The 1, Dylan's Bank, for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, looks strong from the rail. And then 3, Day Trader from the Mandy Archer barn, picking up catch driver Robert Shepard. That one moving up and facing some tougher horses here, but can't be left out after the recent win. And in race 5, concluding the ticket with just 2 horses, number 5, Beauty is Blind, for Simoneau and Berube, and the 7, Gimme a Corona, Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. The horses are coming on track for the race 2 post parade. Besides the early pick 4 that begins here, there's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Here comes the post parade for race 2. These pacers are non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. They race for a purse of $6,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Surratt Hanover, owned and trained by Denis Maisonneuve of Gatineau, Quebec, driven by Robert Shepard. 2 is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne of Papineauville, Quebec, trained by Benoit Hébert and driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is DJ Cowboy, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Prince Edward Island, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. 4 is Arson Seelster, the current 1-2 favorite, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley of Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is My Midnight Lover, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur, Quebec, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And completing the field from post 6, Best Girl in Town, owned, trained, and driven by Melanie Plourde of Gloucester, Ontario. That's your field of 6 pacers for race 2, second leg of the early double, and kicking off the early pick 4. We're getting a closer look at the current 3-5 favorite, Arson Seelster. Guy Gagnon hoping to go back-to-back after that upset with Fancy Lettering in race 1. Arson Seelster is the top selection here of Glenn Pearson. and does have a lot going for him. Arson Seelster cleared DJ Cowboy to land on the lead on the first turn Sunday and was overtaken by My Midnight Lover approaching the second turn. He left the pocket approaching 3/4 and dueled with My Midnight Lover down the stretch to the wire, taking a new lifetime mark of 1:53.3 and pacing the field's fastest 28-4 last quarter. Strong form for Arson Seelster, looking good out there tonight as well. Some others to consider. My top choice is the 5, My Midnight Lover, who paced the fastest mile of her life here, finishing second on Sunday, a 1:53.4 individual clocking for My Midnight Lover. The filly backed down to second last on the first turn, made a first over move at the 8th, and then cleared Arson Seelster before the second turn. She led into the stretch under late pressure from 1-9 favorite Arson Seelster. They dueled down the stretch, and Arson Seelster came out the winner. My Midnight Lover went off at 12-1, and it was a gutsy performance. She's 5-1 right now. I'm using those two in this first leg of the early pick 4. Some others getting attention that I didn't use in the $9.60 20-cent pick 4 ticket now displayed include the 1, Surratt Hanover. He's 3-1. He took an overland trip from the second turn onward Sunday. He was gapping cover of Arson Seelster along the backstretch and edged out DJ Cowboy for show. 6, Best Girl in Town is 23-1. She's down in class. She dropped back to near last off the gate April 30th, stepped out third over from last on the backstretch and was 3 wide at the top of the stretch but lost ground late. And the starter has called the field for race 2. There's still time to play the early pick 4 that begins here in race 2. They're lining up. 1 is Surratt Hanover, Robert Shepard driving. 2 is Bad Apple for Pascal Berube. 3, DJ Cowboy, Ryan Guy. 4, Arson Seelster, Guy Gagnon. 5, My Midnight Lover, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, 6, Best Girl in Town, Melanie Plourde. They're lining up on the turn, headed on to the Rideau backstretch. They're lined up and approaching the start. And they're off and pacing with an early 3-horse battle. Bad Apple, DJ Cowboy, and Arson Seelster trying to decide this. Arson Seelster caught 3 wide and retreating to sit third now, about 3 lengths ahead of 4th place Surratt Hanover. A battle continuing up front as Bad Apple moves on for Berube. And here comes a second try from Arson Seelster. He's out and moving to the front for Guy Gagnon past the opening quarter. He's landing on the lead and now taking control. That is Arson Seelster, 24-4 opening quarter. He leads by 2 ahead of Bad Apple. Following from third, that's DJ Cowboy. 4th is Surratt Hanover, tightening up and looking eager to come first over. The last 2 are My Midnight Lover and Best Girl in Town, who trails. They're headed towards the half now with Surratt Hanover leading by 2 over Bad Apple. 54-3, the clocking there. And stepping out to come first over out of third, Surratt Hanover underway. Shuffled back to fifth inside, DJ Cowboy. Second over on the outside and advancing into fourth, My Midnight Lover at the back of the field. That's Best Girl in Town trying to come third over from last as they head to three quarters. And we're not entirely trusting the clocking. 122 and 4. Not sure about that, but Arson Seelster is a sure thing right now on the front end, leading by 2 at the top of the stretch over Surratt Hanover, who is second, and moving up the inside. Coming on, that is My Midnight Lover, who is gaining ground late for Marie-Claude Auger, but probably not in time to sting Arson Seelster, who wins again over the filly, and Surratt Hanover was up for show. Teletimer not entirely trustworthy there. We'll check back with you about the final clockings in race 2. Arson Seelster delivers a second consecutive win tonight for Guy Gagnon, holding off the late charging My Midnight Lover, and Surratt Hanover holding on for the show spot in race 2. We'll have some corrected times for you. The unofficial top 4 finishers in race 2 are now posted. 1-9 favorite, number 4, Arson Seelster, the race winner. Over 5, My Midnight Lover, who was second. 1, Surratt Hanover was third. And the 40-1 shot, number 6, Best Girl in Town, closed for fourth. 4, 5, 1, 6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 2. Please hold all tickets. Now on the tote board, we have a corrected version of the fractions and final time for race 2. 27 and 2, 56 and 4, 125 and 1, 153 and 3. The clockings for race 2. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 2 winner, number 4, Arson Seelster, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Sports Rider out of Azure Seelster, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley of Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia. Bred by Seelster Farms Incorporated, Lucan, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. He equals his lifetime mark of 153 and 3. Congratulations, Arson Seelster. And race 2 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 2, where number 4 Arson Sealster returns $2.10 to win. The $2 4-5 exactor pays $5. The $2 early double 3-4 combination returns $27.70 for the Guy Gagnon early double. The $1 4-5-1 triactor pays $5.30, and the $1 superfecta 4-5-1-6 combination returns $31.70. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Surratt Hanover finished 3rd. 2, Bad Apple was 6th. 3, DJ Cowboy 5th. 4, Arson Sealster, the 1-9 winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. 5, My Midnight Lover closed for place. And 6, Best Girl in Town was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 365-124. The corrected fractions for race 2, 27-2 to the opening quarter, 56-4 at the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, 153-3 the winning mile for Arson Sealster, his 3rd straight Rideau win. Race 3 is coming up next. No changes, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're getting a look at the track handicapper selections here. The 4-5 favorite is the 3, Tignanello for Mandy Archer and Ryan Guy. He's the top selection of Glenn Pearson. I like Tignanello for 2nd. I'm leaning towards a long shot here, the 5, Smiling Billy the Kid for owner-trainer Benoit Hébert and driver Marie-Claude Auger. This one has been racing tougher. April 27th was in the preferred handicap. I think he fits here. An 8-time winner last season and a nice 14-1 price if you like Smiling Billy the Kid right now. Glenn is looking to the 6, Shotgun Jerry for Stéphane Pouliot and Melanie Plourde in the place spot. He's been sharp recently, second behind Tignanello on May 4th here for Melanie Plourde back in the bike tonight. Glenn is using 4, Day Delight in the show spot. I see it a little bit differently. That's where I've got Beef and Cheddar, the two, up in class here, but on a win streak, looking to make it 3 in a row for Wayne Catherwood and Robert Shepard. He's 2-1 right now. And the Race 3 Post Parade is coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible, non-winners of $55,000 lifetime, and also eligible $25,000 claimers, as well as non-winners of $10,000 in 2025 who draw outside. The purse, $8,500. One is Logan Behold, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville with Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 2 is Beef and Cheddar, owned by trainer Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario, driven by Robert Shepard. 3 is the current even money favorite, Tignanello, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Muriel Smith of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. 4 is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. 5 is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned and trained by Benoit Hébert, Papineauville, Quebec, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, from post 6, Shotgun Jerry is owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained by Stéphane Pouliot, driven by Melanie Plourde. That's your field of 6 for Race 3 coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available. We're zooming in on the 4-5 current favorite. That's number 3, Tignanello, who outsprinted Shotgun Jerry off the gate here Sunday and wired for the returning Ryan Guy. Tignanello held off a late move up the inside path by Shotgun Jerry. He's making a quick turnaround on a class drop from Wednesday's preferred. So that is a significant drop. He was 5th, May 7th, in that preferred handicap pace. And this is his 3rd start. Actually, 2nd start after the claimed into the Mandy Archer stable on May 4th. Tignanello, one of Canada's fastest winning pacers on a 5/8 mile track so far this year, with his lifetime best 152-1 taken here in a front end trip on April 13th. This is a very competitive race, and favoritism has just shifted towards the rail. Number 1, Logan Behold, who remains winless since stepping up from the non-winners of $60,000 lifetime level on April 20th. He took back to third along the pylon Sunday behind the front-end winner Tignanello. Logan Behold emerged first over at the half but couldn't clear. He went back to the pylons and tried again approaching three-quarters and never cleared. He did hold on for show. 7-5, I think the Guy Gagnon factor is a big one in his favor. Guy Gagnon winning the first 2 races of the night. The starter has called the field for race 3. The Pacers are lining up behind the gate. Still time to wager, though. 1 is Logan Behold for Guy Gagnon. 2, Beef and Cheddar, Robert Shepard. 3, Tignanello, Ryan Guy. 4, Day Delight, William Waugh. 5, Smiling Billy the Kid, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, 6, Shotgun Jerry, Melanie Plourde. They're on the turn. Tignanello, the last to get in line as they approach the backstretch. They're quickly headed towards the start. They're off and pacing with Beef and Cheddar and Robert Shepard rocketing to the front. Logan Behold battling back on the inside, and under tight lines, he's going to retreat to third. Continuing on, first over, that's Tignanello and Ryan Guy looking to try and clear Beef and Cheddar on the opening turn. Sitting third behind them, Logan Behold along the pylons, just ahead of Day Delight in fourth, 26-3. A quick opening quarter, and now leading the way in front of the grandstand the first time, Tignanello on the front end. Beef and Cheddar safe in the pocket. Logan Behold was third and now getting shuffled back to fourth on the inside as Day Delight and William Waugh launch a first over bid. They're up into third on the outside now. Following them further back, Logan Behold yet to leave the pylons. He sits fourth on the outside, second over now and advancing. Still gapping cover though. Shotgun Jerry second last and on the move, and shuffled to the last position right now. That is Smiling Billy the Kid. They went past the half in 55-1. Tignanello has some company up alongside to challenge. Day Delight is knocking on the door. He's parked first over though in second. Following from third, Beef and Cheddar has had a protected mile coming on from the back of the field. Second over, Shotgun Jerry getting ready for the stretch drive. Dropping back at the rear of the field, Smiling Billy the Kid. They turn for home. They went by three-quarters, 123 flat. Tignanello trying to see this through. Beef and Cheddar moving well up the inside and needing the wire. Tignanello appears to get this win by a head over Beef and Cheddar. Shotgun Jerry up for show, 152-2. Tignanello, a tough horse to beat on the front end, and he did his best here to hold off a late bid by Beef and Cheddar, who had a pocket ride and came on late. Tough to separate at the wire. From my vantage point, it appeared to be Tignanello holding on by a head. 152-2. Another sharp performance from Tignanello. The unofficial Top 4 finishers are now posted for race 3. Number 3, Tignanello, a 5-2 winner for Ryan Guy. Over 2, Beef and Cheddar, a close second. 6, Shotgun Jerry, closed for show. And 4, Day Delight, finished 4th. 3, 2, 6, 4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 3. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, a very familiar place for him this season. Unofficial race 3 winner number 3, Tignanello, a 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Party Beach, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Muriel Smith of Ontario. Bred by Hudson Standardbred Stables Incorporated of Quebec, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to victory, once again, by Ryan Guy. The 1:52 2 mile is one of the fastest on a 5/8 mile track in Canada so far this season. Congratulations, Tignanello. Race 3 results are now official. Prices are now posted for race 3, where number 3, Tignanello, pays $7 to win. The $2 3-2 exactor pays $19.50. It's $90.50 for the $1 triactor 3-2-6 combination, and the $1 superfecta 3-2-6-4 returns a nice $415.90. The race 3 rundown is now posted. Even money favorite number 1, Logan Behold, finished 5th. 2, Beef and Cheddar, was a fast closing second. 3, Tignanello got his 4th win of the season. 4, Day Delight was 4th. 5, Smiling Billy the Kid had some issues, ended up 6th. And 6, Shotgun Jerry was 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 5-2-1-4-6-3. The fractions were 26 and 3 to the quarter, 55 and 1 at the half, 123 flat at 3/4, 152 and 2. Another fast victory for Tignanello. Race 4 is coming up next. Happy Mother's Day. It's great to see so many mothers and grandmothers in attendance tonight here at Rideau Carleton. If you're making plans to come back for simulcast wagering, you may want to do that for the second jewel of the U.S. Thoroughbred Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes, coming up on Saturday, May 17th. Available that afternoon in our simulcast lounge. Self-serve machines, and there is a teller to assist. A great place to watch and enjoy the Preakness. Preakness number 150 on Saturday, May 17th. And stick around for the Saturday night free-to-play handicapping contest, a jackpot now up to $1,200. We're looking at race 4 handicapper selections now. Glenn Pearson going with the Mandy Archer trainee. Number 3, Day Trader, currently the 4-5 favorite for driver Robert Shepard. My long shots have not been faring so well tonight. I'm using Glenn's third choice as my top horse here. Number 7, Manhattan Joe for Marc-Andre Simino and Pascal Berube. It's his 4th seasonal start. He's had some overland trips, and he's been getting close. So we'll see. He's 5-1 right now. Number 7, Manhattan Joe. Glenn and I both agree that is on the 1, Dylan's Bank in the place spot. Guy Gagnon trains and drives. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle pick for wagering. Here comes the post parade for race 4. $8,500 claimers on the pace. Also eligible non-winners of $250 per start in their last 10. They're racing for a purse of $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Dylan's Bank, owned by John McMillan, Odessa, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 2, Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, Smiths Falls, Ontario, trained by Macy Castle and driven by Ryan Guy, hoping to go back-to-back. The current 3-5 favorite is number 3, Day Trader, owned by Gerald Donnell of Ottawa, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 4 is Mock Art in Motion, a Wednesday winner for owner, trainer, driver Jason Gilchrist. 5 is What's in the Esky, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. William Waugh is in the bike. 6 is Always Your Way, co-owned and trained by Jamie Johnson, who shares ownership with Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. And from Post 7, Manhattan Joe, owned by Aurel Harvey et Fils Incorporé, Rivière-Malbaie, Quebec, trained by Marc-André Semenot and Pascal Berube drives. That's your field of 7. No changes in upcoming Race 4. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. Just a note for those playing the Pick 4 that begins here in upcoming Race 4. Note that in Race 5, number 3, Better on the Island, is off Lasix, goes blinkers to Swedish Blind, and lengthens the hobbles from 57 to 57.5 inches. There were no changes in Race 4, but in Race 6, also part of this Pick 4, the 1, Flash Cube, goes blind to blinkers. No changes in Race 7. So we're getting a closer look at 3, Day Trader, the top choice of the public, and also Glenn Pearson here. He's the 4 to 5 top choice. He was a 1 to 9 winner in his most recent start and makes a quick turnaround. Guy Gagnon was driving in that win, and he moves to Dillon's Bank after back-to-back wins with Day Trader. Day Trader found the pocket behind the pace-setting Curious Cortez Wednesday and stepped out in the stretch to collar him in the final strides. 4 to 5 right now on that favorite. The 1, Dillon's Bank, is one to consider. He circled Get Your License Liam to take charge on the first turn here April 20th. He parked the first over winner, Sonny Bow, around the final turn and then was overtaken in the stretch by Manhattan Joe for place. The 7 is my top choice, 6 to 1 right now on Manhattan Joe. He quickly backed down from 3 wide 7th to second last along the pylon Sunday. He advanced first over in front of the grandstand and made it up to third on the backstretch, continuously gaining ground the remainder of the mile. He was edged out in a place photo. He's up in class, but has some late speed that could help his chances here. 7 to 1 on the 7, Manhattan Joe. One, Dillon's Bank had returned to the paddock for an equipment adjustment, presumably, and is back on the track. Wagering remains open for Race 4, which kicks off our middle Pick 4 here at Rideau Carleton. For those new to racing and betting, a Pick 4 means you pick 4 winners starting in this race. The starter has called the field for race 4. The board has shifted. The one Dillon's Bank, the 6-5 favorite right now. Still time to get a pick 4 ticket. They're lining up. 1 is Dillon's Bank for Guy Gagnon. 2, Rockin' Zeus, Ryan Guy. 3 is Day Trader, Robert Shepard. 4, Mockart in Motion for Jason Gilchrist. 5, What's in the Esky, William Waugh. 6, Always Your Way, Clark Stacy. And 7, Manhattan Joe, Pascal Berube on the outside. They're headed onto the backstretch with Dillon's Bank and Rockin' Zeus a little behind the others. They're headed towards the start of race 4 and our middle pick 4. They're off and pacing, and Day Trader surging out for Robert Shepard on his outside. That's What's in the Esky challenging early, and on the inside, Dillon's Bank and Guy Gagnon are proceeding to use rail advantage to full advantage, and they take charge now. That means Day Trader has to take back to second, then it's a gap of about a length and a half to third. Mockart in Motion following to the opening quarter, and that was reached in 28 flat by Dillon's Bank, who leads down the stretch the first time. Following from the pocket, that's Day Trader on the outside now, moving up into second. What's in the Esky challenging Dillon's Bank. That puts Day Trader third on the inside. Second over, Always Your Way, is following from fourth as they head around the second turn. Caught in and yet to make his move. Mockart in Motion getting shuffled back inside to fifth. Following him, Manhattan Joe, and trailing to the half, Rockin' Zeus, 57-2. The clocking for Dillon's Bank, putting away the challenge thus far from What's in the Esky, who is now parked first over and retreating. Looming the danger from the pocket, Day Trader looks to be gearing up, but he's still about a length and a half behind the leader, Dillon's Bank, on the final turn. They went by 3/4 in 1:25-1. Moving well in third, Mockart in Motion may have something for the stretch drive. Dillon's Bank turning it on and hunting him late. Day Trader is drawing alongside and now moving to the front. That's Day Trader up the inside. Mockart in Motion for place ahead of Dillon's Bank. Manhattan Joe finishing fourth in that 1:54 flat mile. Dillon's Bank went off as the favorite and raced like one, but he couldn't hold off the pocket-sitting Day Trader, who powered past late. Another strong effort for Mockart in Motion, moving well up the inside for place. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed. At the last flash, favoritism shifted back to number 3, Day Trader, the race winner for Robert Shepard, odds of 1-2. 4, Mockart in Motion finished second. 1, Dillon's Bank was third. And 7, Manhattan Joe closed for fourth at odds of 16-1. 3-4-1-7, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle once again, continuing his win streak and extending it to 3 in a row. Number 3, Day Trader, the 1-2 favorite at the last flash, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry out of Day to Ponder, owned by Gerald Donnell of Ottawa, bred by Mark Smith of Lexington, Kentucky, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. 154 flat is a new seasonal best in win number 6 this year for Day Trader. Race 4 results are now official. And prices are now posted for race 4. Number 3, Day Trader, returns $3 to win. The $2 3-4 exactor pays $13.40. It's $12.45 for the $1 triactor 3-4-1 combination, and the $1 superfecta 3-4-1-7 pays $34.70. The race 4 rundown is now on your screen. 1, Dylan's Bank was 3rd. 2, Rockin' Zeus 5th. 3, Day Trader, the race winner and 1-2 winning favorite for Robert Shepard. 4, Mock Art in Motion, a good second. 5, What's in the Esky was 7th. 6, Always Your Way 6th. And 7, Manhattan Joe 4th. From the top down, your program should read 3-5-1-2-7-6-4. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 57 and 2. At the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, 154 flat. A seasonal best for Day Trader. The favorites have been doing well so far tonight, and Glenn Pearson doing quite well. He's had 3 straight winners: Arson Seelster, Tignanello, and Day Trader. Glenn's top choice here is number 6, Beach Journey. He's using her over the 7, Gimme a Corona, and the 5, Beauty is Blind. Note there is a scratch in race 5. Big Cheddar is a late scratch. I'm using number 7, Gimme a Corona, the current 6-5 favorite, on top of my ticket. Then I'm going to the 5, Beauty is Blind, seriously overdue. I like the 6, Beach Journey. She's been second in her last couple of tries here, fighting some tough battles. And then I'm using 1, Perfect Dalliance. To complete the superfecta, she gets the ultimate post relief, going from 8 to the rail, and picks up catch driver Marie-Claude Auger for trainer Jennifer McBride. Glenn was using the 4, Big Cheddar in his superfecta. That's why he only has a triactor displayed right now. The 4 is a late scratch here in race 5. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available on upcoming race 5. There were several changes pertaining to number 3, Better on the Island, who's off Lasix, going blinkers to Swedish Blind, and the hobbles are out a half inch, 57 to 57.5 inches. That's on the 3, Better on the Island, 15 to 1 right now. She's shown some flashes of brilliance and set the pace here May 4th in a qualifier, ending up 4th behind Betts Beach in that mile, individually timed in 1:57 and 3. The Pacers are now on track for the race 5 post parade. These fillies and mares are $8,500 through $10,500 claimers. Also eligible, non-winners of $1,500 in their last 5 starts. They compete for a purse of $6,200. Note the field is scratched down to 6. The 4, Big Cheddar, is a judge's scratch. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Perfect Dalliance, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 2 is Better Catch Girl, back from the raceway at Western Fair. Welcome back. She is owned by a numbered Canadian corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, with trainer Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario, and driven by William Waugh. 3 is Better on the Island, owned, trained, and driven by Brian Scott, and co-owned by Amy Griffin of Brinston, Ontario. Again, she races without Lasix. She goes blinkers to Swedish Blind, and the hobbles are out from 57 to 57.5 inches on 3, Better on the Island. 4, Big Cheddar, is a judge's scratch. 5 is Beauty is Blind, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable, with trainer Marc-André Simoneau and Jean Fontaine, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 6 is Beach Journey, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporé with Frédéric Gagnon, Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And the current 6-5 favorite from Post 7 is Give Me a Corona, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville and Muriel Smith of Chesterville, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. This one also making a Rideau debut. That's our field, scratched down to 6 pacing mares in upcoming Race 5, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. We're getting a close-up of number 7, Give Me a Corona. That post position, not as bad as it could be with the scratch of the 4, Big Cheddar. So Give Me a Corona is dropping in from Mohawk and was a transportation scratch on May 7th when she was slated to compete at Western Fair. Give Me a Corona getting some class relief in her Rideau debut for latest trainer Mandy Archer. And intriguingly, in her past, Give Me a Corona really likes a 5/8 mile track. She has had 13 lifetime starts on 4 different 5/8 mile tracks, winning 7 of them. Others to consider here. Glenn likes 6 Beach Journey, who pursued front-end winner The Turning Point from first over on the first turn April 30th. Beach Journey pocketed up at the quarter and couldn't catch the leader in the stretch. She was a clear best of the rest and gets mild post relief this week. 5, Beauty is Blind is 5-2 right now. She backpedaled from the outside post to second last on the first turn April 30th and was caught in past the half as Big Cheddar stalled second over. Beauty is Blind got buried along the pylons on the final turn and was loose late into stretch traffic. All of her wins last year were for Pascal Berube, 7 of them at Rideau Carleton. 7-1 on number 1, Perfect Dalliance. She gets significant post and class relief here. It's her second career start for Marie-Claude Auger. Perfect Dalliance had some health issues last year and was a 36-1 winner here on November 23rd of 2023. That was on a sloppy track. She was 4th over on the final turn after being shuffled to last on the second turn in similar company here, April 23rd of this season, and closed widest of all in the field, second fastest, 29-4. Perfect Dalliance, 7-1 from the rail. 8-1 on the 3, Better on the Island. Lots of changes with that mare tonight. This is her 4th seasonal start. Going blinkers to Swedish Blind, letting out the hobbles slightly and off Lasix. Let's see how that works out in upcoming Race 5. And the starter has called the field for Race 5. There's still time to wager. The mares are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Perfect Dalliance, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Better Catch Girl, William Waugh. 3 is Better on the Island for Brian Scott. 4, Big Cheddar is a late judge's scratch. 5 is Beauty is Blind for Pascal Berube. 6, Beach Journey, Guy Gagnon. On the outside, 7, Give Me a Corona, Robert Shepard. They're on the turn with Beach Journey and Better Catch Girl lagging a little behind the rest. The starting gate is on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing and moving between horses. Beauty is Blind and Pascal Berube seeking the early lead and coming after Perfect Dalliance, put on the point by Marie-Claude Auger. Following her, that's the white-nosed Better on the Island, who is first over second right now, and Better Catch Girl waits her turn, following from third inside. Beauty is Blind, having taken back to fourth, sits out this early battle to a 26-4 opening quarter. Perfect Dalliance leading the way. The challenge on the outside from fellow long shot Better on the Island, who is reaching up to the sulky wheel in second. Better Catch Girl sits third inside. Second over now in fourth. Beauty is Blind following her cover. Third over from second last. Beach Journey is underway and scooting up the cones and gaining ground that way, moving up into fourth. Gimme a Corona. 55-4 to the halfway point. Perfect Dalliance getting a perfect trip, and she's stalked by Better Catch Girl from the pocket. A stealthy move from Robert Shepard and Gimme a Corona, progressing along the pylons and slipping out now. First over and up to challenge Perfect Dalliance. She is on the outside second as they approach three quarters. Perfect Dalliance fighting back on the inside. Gimme a Corona continuing on first over in second. 124 and 3 quarters. The rest are dropping back now as it appears to be a match race between these two down the stretch. Perfect Dalliance on the inside. Gimme a Corona continuing on. She grinds away, chasing that leader to the wire, and it's going to be a tight one here. Gimme a Corona is gradually moving to the front. Gimme a Corona and Robert Shepard over Perfect Dalliance, Better Catch Girl, and Beauty is Blind. 154 flat. What a stretch duel. Perfect Dalliance, very strong for Marie-Claude Auger from the rail. But Gimme a Corona took charge late, in spite of the slipping saddle number, to get the win for Robert Shepard. 154 flat. The unofficial top four order of finish for race 5 is now posted. Even money. Favorite, number 7, Gimme a Corona, the race winner, over number 1, Perfect Dalliance. Second at 12-1. Number 2, Better Catch Girl, was third. And then 5, Beauty is Blind, fourth. 7-1-2-5, the unofficial top four order of finish for race 5. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 5 winner, number 7, Gimme a Corona, a 5-year-old bay mare by Control the Moment out of Western Jewel, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville and Muriel Smith of Chesterville, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. 154 flat, a new seasonal mark for Gimme a Corona. That's win number 6 of the season. And race 5 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 5. Number 7, Give Me a Corona, returns $4.10 to win. The $2 exactor 7-1 combination pays $41.15. The $1 pick 3, 3-3-7, 3 of 3, $10.15 for the dollar ticket. The $1 pick 4, 4 of 4, $14.60 for the 4-3-3-7 combination. That exactor again, 7-1, $41.20. I stand corrected. The $1 triactor, 7-1-2, $174.60. $14.60 for the $1 pick 4, 4 of 4, 4-3-3-7. Lots of favorites doing well tonight. That The race 5 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Perfect Dalliance was second. 2, Better Catch Girl, third. 3, Better on the Island, finished sixth. 4, Big Cheddar was a late judge's scratch. 5, Beauty is Blind, finished fourth. 6, Beach Journey was fifth. And 7, Gimme a Corona, an even money winning favorite for Robert Shepard. From the top down, your program should read 236, scratch 451. Just getting those fractions for race 5, 26 and 4 to the quarter, 55 and 4 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 154 flat, the winning mile, and a new seasonal best for number 7, Gimme a Corona. Race 6 is coming up next here at Rideau Carleton, and it's our only pick 5. Race 6, the first leg is a very tough race in my estimation, but the public leaning towards 1 to 5 current favorite. Number 4, Sports Activator for Mike Armstrong and Ryan Guy. There's Exactor, Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 wagering here. I'm using all 5 of my High 5 horses in this first leg of the Pick 5. I agree Sports Activator is one to consider, but his full brother, number 2, no sports pun intended, picks up Robert Shepard, the winner of race 5, and looks strong here. Also the 1 Flash Cube for Guy Gagnon, moving to the rail, a post that suits his front end style. And I wouldn't count out the 3, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Pascal Berube and Marc-Andre Simoneau. That one 0 for 6 so far, but a 5-time winner last season. And then the 6, Monty's Gone Marble, teaming up with Marie-Claude Auger for John McMillan. So it's a tough race to figure. Race 7, I'm using the 1, Let's Get Pickled for Jeff Taylor and Robert Shepard. And also the 6, AJ Morelli, adding Lasix for trainer Louis-Philippe Turcotte and driver Marie-Claude Auger. In race 8, just 2 trotters on my ticket. The 1, Tricks and Stones for Carl Duguay and William Waugh. And the 4, Riviera Beach from Andy Archer and Guy Gagnon. 2 again in race 9, going to the 2, Thrilling Times, coming back from Woodbine Mohawk Park for Karen Kroger and Pascal Berube. I think the main threat is the 6, Major Hill for Louis-Philippe Turcotte and Marie-Claude Auger. And in race 10, my best bet was the 1, Better Hold On Tight, but he is a judge's scratch, injured. That leaves me with the 5, Big Pete Style, a single for Mike Armstrong and Pascal Berube in race 10. That also cuts the cost of the ticket, unless you want to move another horse into the position of the 1 in the last leg of the Pick 5. Happy Mother's Day to all the human and equine mothers out there. It's worth noting that in upcoming race 6, there are 2 brothers facing each other, both sons of the stallion sports writer and the now 25-year-old mare, Town Jiffy. She only made $7,875 on the track. She had 9 foals, though, 9 of them raced, 6 of them won. Her richest was Some Mock, Some Win, who made over $237,000. And her fastest offspring is in this race. That's for Sports Activator. The race 6 post parade is now coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $3,750 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $750. Also eligible $15,000 claimers, and also eligible non-winners of $32,500 lifetime. They race for a purse of $7,000. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Flash Cube, who goes from blind to blinkers tonight. He is owned by Yvon Mondu, Morin Heights, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 2 is No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Robert Shepard. 3 is Mickey Makes Some Speed, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and driven by Pascal Berube. 4 is the current 1-2 favorite, Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. 5 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario with Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, Ontario, co-owned by Melanie Leach, that is, of Kemptville, Ontario, trained by Steve Bellil and driven by Mike Healy. 6 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario, trained by John McMillan, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 7 is Sea Laird, owned by trainer Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario, and driven by William Waugh. Completing this field from post 8, Purely Wicked, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey and driven by Clark Stacey. That's the full field of 8 for upcoming race 6. Note that a claim has been entered in race 8 on the 4 Riviera Beach. Also a claim in race 7 on number 1, Let's Get Pickled. Right now, we're taking a look at 3-5 favorite, number 4, Sports Activator, in upcoming race 6, which kicks off the pick 5. Once again, the pick 5, you pick the winners in races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You can choose a couple of horses per race. You can choose as many horses as you like per race in that sequence. It's up to you. The cost of your ticket, of course, is going to be multiplied, so something to consider. A high 5, also available this race. You pick the top 5 finishers in race 6. It must be in order. And again, if you're new to betting, you can try a few horses in each position of the ticket. There's also exactor and triactor wagering here. As shown on screen, I have a 20-cent pick 5 ticket. The 20 cents is the base wager. And I'm using all of my high 5 horses in this first leg of the pick 5. I think this is very competitive. The ticket should cost $8, as I'm left with a single in race 10, using the 5 only after the scratch of the 1 in race 10. Glenn Pearson's top selection here is 1, Flash Cube, going blind to blinkers. 3-1 right now on the board. The starter has called the race 6 Pacers. Race 6, the first leg of the one and only pick 5 this evening at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up now. 1 is Flash Cube, Guy Gagnon. 2, No Sport Pun Intended, Robert Shepard. 3, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Pascal Berube. 4, Sports Activator, Ryan Guy. 5, Woodmere Gaelic, Mike Healy. 6, Monty's Gone Marble, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Sea Laird, William Waugh. And on the outside, 8 is Purely Wicked for Clark Stacey. They're all in line and on the Rideau Carleton backstretch, quickly approaching the start of the pick 5 and race 6. They're off and pacing, leaving from the inside. Flash Cube and Mickey Makes Some Speed. Also on the outside, Sports Activator wants a piece of this, and he's 3 wide and challenging Flash Cube for early command. Settling into 4th behind them, Monty's Gone Marble along the rail as Flash Cube tries to stretch out that 1-5 favorite Sports Activator, who continues on for Ryan Guy to claim the lead en route to the opening quarter. Sports Activator 27-2, opening panel. Flash Cube sits the pocket ahead of Mickey Makes Some Speed, and Monty's Gone Marble, who follows from 4th, just ahead of 5th place. No sport, pun intended. First over into 6th is Purely Wicked, following his cover from the back of the field, Sea Laird, and caught in near the back is Woodmere Gaelic en route to the halfway point, with Sports Activator still in charge for Ryan Guy, leading the way to the halfway point in 58-1. He's stalked by Flash Cube from the pocket, and Monty's Gone Marble at odds of 24-1 is gaining ground first over into 3rd on the outside. He's now up into 2nd and pressing the pace as Sports Activator continues to lead the way to 3/4. Flash Cube getting a dreamy pocket ride from 3rd. That's Purely Wicked, the 50-1 shot, who now sits 2nd over in 4th as Mickey Makes Some Speed gets the shuffle to 5th along the inside. Gearing up from the back of the field, Sea Laird 3rd over. They go by 3/4 in 1:26-4. Sports Activator trying to see this through for Ryan Guy. Sports Activator under urging. Monty's Gone Marble in pursuit. Also up the inside, Flash Cube, but Sports Activator too strong on the front end for Ryan Guy. Finishing 2nd, Flash Cube ahead of a fast charging Mickey Makes Some Speed. 3rd, 1:54-3. The favorites continue going strong at Rideau Carleton tonight as Sports Activator prevails for Ryan Guy. Flash Cube gets the pocket ride and doesn't quite get there in the end. The unofficial top 5 order of finish is now posted for race 6. 1-5 favorites, Sports Activator. The race winner for Ryan Guy, ahead of number 1, Flash Cube, 2nd. 3, Mickey Makes Some Speed, was 3rd. 24-1 shot, number 6, Monty's Gone Marble, finishes 4th. And the 2, no sport, pun intended, the 35-1 shot completes the high 5, finishing 5th. 4-1-3-6-2, the unofficial top 5 order of finish in race 6. Please hold all tickets. Returning to the Rideau Carleton winner circle, unofficial race 6 winner, number 4, Sports Activator, a 4-year-old bay stallion by Sports Rider out of Town Jiffy, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa and Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, bred by Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's the first win of the season in his 5th start of the year for Sports Activator, 1:54-3. Race 6 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 6. Number 4, Sports Activator. Returns $2.40 to win. $2 for one exactor, $3.90. $4.15 for the $1 413 triactor, $12.91 for the 20-cent super high five 41362 ticket. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Flash Cube finished second. 2, No Sport Pun Intended was fifth. 3, Mickey Makes Some Speed, third. 1, Sports Activator, a winning 1-5 favorite for Ryan Guy. 5, Woodmere Gaelic was eighth. 6, Monty's Gone Marble, fourth. 7, Sea Laird, seventh. And 8, Purely Wicked, sixth. From the top down, your program should read 25318476. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the quarter, 58 and 1 at the half, 126 and 4 at 3/4, 154 and 3. A seasonal best, the first 2025 victory for Sports Activator. Sports Activator's win was the second driving win of the night for Ryan Guy, victorious earlier in the card with race 3 winner Tignanello. Race 7 is coming up next. There is a claim entered on the 1, Let's Get Pickled. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. Coming up in race 7. There are a few changes to keep in mind. Note that a claim has also been entered on number 7, Skylar, in race 9. Also, the 1, Better Hold On Tight, is scratched injured in race 10. Selections by track handicappers, Glenn Pearson and myself, are posted on screen. Glenn is looking to the 7, Make It Come True, for Guy Gagnon to overcome that outside post position. I like the 1, Let's Get Pickled. 1 claim entered on him tonight. Glenn is going with 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, for Vic Putty and William Waugh in the place spot. He's been second 3 times so far in 12 starts this season. I'm using him to show, though. I think the 6, AJ Morelli, has a strong chance to win here. I'd box a 1-6 exactor. I have the 6 second in my ticket on screen. The 6, AJ Morelli, also adding Lasix for the first time here for Louis-Philippe Turcotte and Marie-Claude Auger. Glenn likes the 1, Let's Get Pickled, in the show spot, and completes his Superfecta ticket with the 2, 88 Fingers Louis, for trainer-driver Ryan Guy, having a good night at Rideau Carleton. I'm using Love My Rockin' Bird and Make It Come True to complete my Superfecta ticket. Race 7 starts the late pick 4. For the pick 4 players, take note, there's a shoeing change on the 6, Wasting No Time, in race 8. The 6 in race 8, Wasting No Time, going from steel to aluminum front. The Pacers are coming towards the track for the race 7 post parade. The current 3 to 5 choice on the tote board is my top pick here. Number 1, Let's Get Pickled. Here comes the post parade for race 7. These Pacers are non-winners of $625 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,400. One is Let's Get Pickled, the current even money favorite. He is owned and trained by Jeff Taylor of Gloucester, Ontario. Driven by Robert Shepard, a claim has been entered on the 1, Let's Get Pickled. Now coming on track, number 2, 88 Fingers Louis. Co-owned, trained and driven by Ryan Guy, who shares ownership with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. Three is Tough Cooper, owned by Antonio DeMario, Antonio Belfiore, both of Sudbury, Ontario, trained by Steve Bellil and driven by Mike Healy. 4 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. 5 is Probert's Legacy, owned by Marc-André Simoneau, his trainer, of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. 6 is A.J. Morelli, adding Lasix, owned by Francois Morin of Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And completing the field from post 7, it's Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporé, with Stéphanie Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the field for race 7, exact or triact or superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. A claim has been entered on the 1. Let's Get Pickled. We're zooming in to get a closer look at the 1-9 favorite, number 1, Let's Get Pickled, who pocketed up early behind Make It Come True here Sunday. He was covered up third inside of the parked-out Tough Cooper from the second turn until near three-quarters. Let's Get Pickled left the pocket at the top of the stretch to chase the winner to the wire, missing by a head. He was claimed by Jeff Taylor and makes his debut for Robert Shepard. That's the 2-5 current favorite, number 1, Let's Get Pickled. Favorites have been doing well here tonight. He might be a horse to single in the late pick 4 that begins here in race 7. Another I would consider here is a beaten 1-5 favorite, number 6, A.J. Morelli, adding Lasix. He returns after a show finish at Hippodrome 3R, an overland trip first over against winner Probert's Legacy. A.J. Morelli was a going-away April 23rd winner for Marie-Claude Auger in their only previous start together at Rideau Carleton. That was a ground-saving trip, 3 wide at the top of the stretch, in a race where others were burned out by early battles. He is up in class. That's a 6, A.J. Morelli, 9-2 now. There's 4-1 respect for the 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, who advanced 3 wide early Sunday and retreated to third along the pylons behind Make It Come True before the quarter. He was shuffled back to 5th inside of the second over, National Debt on the backstretch, and closed up the inside path in the field's fastest last quarter of 28-2. Love My Rockin' Bird showing some versatility in his last start here. Glenn Pearson's choice is the 8-5 shot from post 7, Make It Come True, who wired from an inside post Sunday on a speed-favoring night of front-end winners. He was 4th from this post at this classification in the previous start here. He was briefly the 3-2 co-favorite, number 7, Make It Come True. Rideau Carleton patrons should be advised that around 2 a.m. overnight, the entire casino facility is going to be closed, continuing through Monday for electrical upgrade work. The casino will reopen 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Hope all the moms and grandmas and mother figures are having a great Mother's Day. Nice to see you back at Rideau Carleton. The starter has called the field for race 7. There is still time to get that late pick 4 ticket. They're lining up now. 1 is Let's Get Pickled for Robert Shepard. 2, 88 Fingers Louie, Ryan Guy. 3, Tough Cooper, Mike Healy. 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, William Waugh. 5, Probert's Legacy, Pascal Berube. 6, AJ Morelli, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside, 7, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. They're lined up and on the Rideau Carleton backstretch, headed towards the start of race 7 and the late pick 4. They're off and pacing, and Love My Rockin' Bird is leaving aggressively to take charge for William Waugh, right up to the saddle number, drawing alongside him now, Make It Come True, and Guy Gagnon proceeding on to take charge. That puts Love My Rockin' Bird in the pocket position, and he's about a length and a half ahead of third place, 88 Fingers Louie, caught in fourth. That's the favorite 4 to 5 choice. Number 1, Let's Get Pickled. 27-2 to the quarter. Make It Come True is leading the way down the stretch, keeping just ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, who sits the pocket. Advancing first over into third early. That's AJ Morelli. Inside in fourth now. 88 Fingers Louie gets the shuffle. Fifth and second over. Tough Cooper is underway as the field heads around the second turn. Second last, Let's Get Pickled gets that shuffle. And then Probert's Legacy is third over from last. 57-4, a 30-2 second panel breather for Make It Come True, facing steady pressure from the first over, AJ Morelli. Second on the outside, Love My Rockin' Bird, loving the pocket trip from third. He's moving up now along the inside as AJ Morelli backs down, following from fourth. 88 Fingers Louie may have some late pace, still caught in fifth along the inside. Let's Get Pickled, desperate for racing room on his outside. Tough Cooper gearing up from last. Probert's Legacy is 3 wide, 125-4 at 3/4. And still on the lead, Make It Come True, trying to deliver for Guy Gagnon, and he is confronted late. 88 Fingers Louie moving up the inside. Love My Rockin' Bird down the center of the track, battling to the wire. Love My Rockin' Bird and William Waugh over Make It Come True. 88 Fingers Louie and Let's Get Pickled, 155 flat. Make It Come True looked confident at the top of the stretch, but with the perfect trip, Love My Rockin' Bird was able to charge late for William Waugh and take down Make It Come True. It's the first driving win of the night for William Waugh. The first win of the season for Love My Rockin' Bird. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed on screen at odds of 3 to 1. Number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, the race winner for William Waugh. Over 7, Make It Come True, second, at odds of 30 to 1. Number 2, 88 Fingers Louie was third. And 1, Let's Get Pickled, the 4 to 5 favorite, was caught in and closed to finish fourth. 4, 7, 2, 1, the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 7. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 7 winner. Number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase out of Kill a Rocking Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, bred by James Rhodes of High River, Alberta, trained by Vic Putty, and driven to his first seasonal victory in Lucky Start number 13 by William Waugh. As the first driving win of the night for William Waugh, 155 flat, the winning mile. Love My Rockin' Bird. As we wait for race 7 to go official, just a reminder that the Preakness Stakes is coming up in the Rideau Carleton Simulcast Lounge, live from Pimlico on Saturday the 17th. You can make plans to join us. The jackpot for Tammy Forgey's handicapping contest has reached $1,200 for next Saturday night, May 17th. And race 7 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 7, where 4 Love My Rockin' Bird returns $8.60 to win, and the $2 4-7 exactor pays $61.10. The $1 pick 3 sequence ending here, 7-4-4, 3 of 3 pays $14.80 for $1. 4 of 4 in the pick 4, $30.45 for the $1 ticket. 3-7-4-4. The winning pick 4 sequence, concluding in race 7. The $1 triactor 472 pays $169.80, and it's $597.25 for the $1 superfecta 4721. As we wait for the race 7 rundown, just a reminder for those of you who have read the Harness Racing Update article or possibly seen it reprinted in tonight's On Track Rideau Carleton program, there's going to be an upcoming salute to Robbie Robinson, who stepped back from driving professionally following his recent victory with Mick Wicked Time. So stay tuned for details. There will be an upcoming tribute in the month of May, I believe, for Robbie Robinson. Still owning and training, just retiring after winning with Mick Wicked Time. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 4 to 5 favorite number 1, Let's Get Pickled, closed for 4th. 2, 88 Fingers Louie was 3rd. 3, Tough Cooper, 5th. 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, the race winner for William Waugh. 5, Probert's Legacy was 6th. 6, AJ Morelli finished 7th. And 7, Make It Come True was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 4, 3, 5, 1, 6, 7, 2. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the quarter, 57 and 4 at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, 155 flat. The winning mile for Love My Rockin' Bird in his first 2025 victory. A claim was entered on number 1, Let's Get Pickled, who was claimed for a price of $10,500 and now moves to owner-trainer Natalie Seguin. Race 8 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. Note the shoeing change on number 6, wasting no time, going steel to aluminum front. Also, there is a claim entered on 4, Riviera Beach. Track handicapper selections are posted. I like the long shots, and as you may have noticed by the multi-leg pays tonight, the long shots and overlays have not been coming through for me. Glenn tends to take a win. Regardless of the price, he will take the horse. And he is leaning towards a horse who happens to be a long shot here. That's the 3, CrossFit, for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger, 12 to 1, kind of surprising. I like Tricks and Stones, who is actually 4 to 1, so it's a reversal of the way things often go. The 4 to 5 favorite is the 4, Riviera Beach, who has a claim entered. He's racing tonight for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon and has 3 wins from 14 starts so far this season. Most recently on May 4th, for Gagnon at this track in a seasonal best, 156 and 1. He's likely the horse to beat here, but I'm taking my shot with a logical long shot. Carl Duguay, trainee, number 1, Tricks and Stones. Returning to Rideau Carleton, he only has 1 start here this season. It was on March 23rd. And he wasn't far back, finishing 3rd to Ciel Bleu after an overland effort from post 7 in that race. Glenn and I both like number 4, Riviera Beach, as our place selection in upcoming race 8. If you are playing the late pick 3, again, there's a shoeing change here in race 8 on the 6, steel to aluminum front. That's wasting no time. A claim entered on 4, Riviera Beach. Also a claim in race 9 on the 7, Skylar. And scratch number 1, Better Hold On Tight. A judge's scratch injured in race 10. The trotters are coming towards the track for the race 8 post parade. Track handicapper Glenn Pearson having a good night with all of his selections hitting the board. Three winners so far. The race 8 trotters are now on track for the post parade. They are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible $12,000 claimers and also eligible non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts who draw outside. The purse $7,000. Leading the post parade, number 1, Tricks and Stones, owned and trained by Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and driven by William Waugh. 2 is Yo Cheyenne, owned by driver Melanie Plourde, along with a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is CrossFit, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 1 claim entered on 129, current favorite number 4, Riviera Beach, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Donna Tover, adding Lasix tonight for owner-trainer John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. He's driven by Pascal Berube. 6 is Wasting No Time with the shoeing change, steel to aluminum front, owned by trainer Yannick Martel of L'Assomption, Quebec, and driven by Ryan Guy. Completing this field from post 7, Salzbrook Cami, also owned and trained by Yannick Martel, L'Assomption, Quebec, and driven by Robert Shepard. That's the field of 7 trotters for upcoming race 8 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're zooming in on number 4, Riviera Beach, 1 to 5 right now. 1 claim entered. Riviera Beach looking good on track. He's my second choice and also Glenn Pearson's second choice. Riviera Beach won from the same post on a class drop Sunday. It was a gate-to-wire victory for returning driver Guy Gagnon. Riviera Beach held off sprinters Salzbrook, Cami, and CrossFit down the stretch by a diminishing late margin. I like him here, but 1 to 5 is not something I tend to look for in a winner. I try to buy the ticket a little differently, maybe incorporating him. I think he's beatable, that's why. And so does Glenn. We could be proven wrong. He's definitely a factor here, but the win on the class drop and the diminishing late margin suggests to me he might be beatable, even though he's the 1 to 5 favorite. Make that 2 to 5 with a claim entered. So Glenn is going to 3 CrossFit, who hasn't missed the Rideau Exactor for Marie-Claude Auger this meet. He had a pocket ride for place in his latest after back-to-back front-end wins. 7 to 1 right now. On number 3, CrossFit. My top choice is 4 to 1 from the rail, Tricks and Stones, who got away 4th from Rideau Post 7 on March 23rd. He had a first over move from 4th approaching 3/4 and ran out of racetrack, hunting Ciel Bleu and Wish You'd Tell Me to the wire, that is. This is his first subsequent start, but he gets major post relief in his debut for William Waugh, and I don't think he'd be here if he wasn't ready. That's the one, Tricks and Stones. The starter has called the Trotters for race 8. Still time to play the late pick 3 here at Rideau Carleton. Donna Tover, very eager to go behind the gate. They're lining up now. 1 is Tricks and Stones, William Waugh. 2, Yo Cheyenne, Melanie Plourde. 3, CrossFit, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, Riviera Beach, Guy Gagnon. 5, Donna Tover, Pascal Berube. 6, Wasting No Time, Ryan Guy. And on the outside, 7, Salzbrook Cami, Robert Shepard. The Trotters are gradually getting in place. They're on the Rideau Carleton backstretch. They're off and trotting and surging, making an early move. Donna Tover for Pascal Berube. He has lots of company, though. That is Riviera Beach, who is making his life difficult right now, stretching him out early. That's CrossFit taking back to settle third, just ahead of Tricks and Stones. Donna Tover continues on to make front on the first turn, but Riviera Beach not having any of that. He's stepped out again for Guy Gagnon to start dueling again past the 29-1 opening quarter. That's Riviera Beach overtaking to claim the lead from Donna Tover, who now sits the pocket. He's a length and a half ahead of CrossFit third. It's another 2 back to Tricks and Stones fourth. Then Yo Cheyenne fifth. Following that one, Salzbrook Cami, and Wasting No Time is gapping at the back of the field as they head around the second turn, single file to the halfway point. Riviera Beach unchallenged, 59 flat. Donna Tover sits about a length and a half behind him second along the pylons. CrossFit appears to be gearing up for a move out of third. He's waiting patiently, dropping back on the inside to fifth. Tricks and Stones continuing on the outside. Salzbrook Cami and Robert Shepard grinding away first over into fourth ahead of Tricks and Stones, who is fifth. Yo Cheyenne is at the back, as is Wasting No Time. 127 4 3/4, opening up on the lead. Riviera Beach looks to be tough to catch here. He's leading down the lane and going to be very tough to reel in. Others making a go of it, though. CrossFit coming on late down the center of the track. Riviera Beach, though, too good, winning by about 4 over CrossFit. Salzbrook Cami and Donatover, 157 flat. Riviera Beach just too good. Guy Gagnon gets another driving win. I believe that's win number 3 of the night. And the battle is only for place behind that strong winner. CrossFit keeps the record going, hitting the exactor again for driver Murray Claude O'Shea. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 8. The betting public is right again, making number 4 Riviera Beach a 1-2 winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. 3 CrossFit was second, ahead of 7 Salzbrook Cami third, and 5 Donatover fourth. 4-3-7-5, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 8. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 8 winner, number 4 Riviera Beach, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Southwind Frank out of Jupiter, owned by Jamie Copley, Kenmore, Ontario, bred by Diamond Creek Farm LLC of Wellsville, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's 2 consecutive wins for Riviera Beach, together with Guy Gagnon. 4th win of the season for Riviera Beach. As we wait for race 8 to go official, just a reminder that after 2 a.m. overnight tonight, the casino will be closed for electrical upgrade work. It will be closed Monday, reopening 9 a.m. on Tuesday. And results are now official for race 8. Prices are posted for race 8, where number 4, Riveria Beach, pays $3.10 to win. The $2 4-3 exactor pays $8.20. The $1 triactor 4-3-7 combination pays $29.95, and it's $121.65 for the $1 superfecta 4-3-7-5. The race 8 rundown is now displayed. 1, Tricks and Stones finished 5th. 2, Yo Cheyenne was 7th. 3, CrossFit was 2nd. 1-2 favorite number 4, Riveria Beach, a winner for Guy Gagnon. 5, Donna Tover was 4th. 6, Wasting No Time finished 6th. And 7, Salzbrook Cami was 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 5-7-2-1-4-6-3. The fractions were 29 and 1 to the quarter, 59 flat at the half, 127 and 4 at 3/4, 157 flat the winning mile in the 4th seasonal victory for Riveria Beach. For Riveria Beach from race 8 was claimed for $15,000 and now moves to owner-trainer Michel Lagacé. Race 9 is coming up next, back on the pace with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. A claim is entered on 7, Skylar, the top selection of Glenn Pearson. And I'm using him in the superfecta ticket, but leaning towards the 2, Thrilling Times, returning from Woodbine Mohawk Park and teaming up with Pascal Berube for trainer Karen Kroger. Glenn likes Thrilling Times second, and then he's using the 5, RJ Super Freak, in the show spot ahead of 3, Mick Wicked Time, teaming up with Guy Gagnon. after the retirement of Robbie Robinson on a winning note, driving McWicked Time to victory here on April 27th. My ticket is a little different. The 6 Major Hill looks to be possibly Marie-Claude Auger's choice over RJ's Super Freak. So I'm using him second in my ticket from post 6. And then going to the 3 McWicked Time in the show spot and using Skylar to complete the superfecta. Skylar 13-1 right now, which is amazing considering post position isn't something that bothers Skylar. Just looking at Skylar's statistics, he briefly squared off against winner Beef and Cheddar in an early battle here Sunday and then sat the pocket from the first turn until the stretch. He ran out of racetrack, and he had off-the-pace wins from post 7 at Rideau Carleton last April 14th and 28th. So he's definitely a closer to watch and quite a price. Glenn could be on to something here with Skylar. I like the class dropping. Number 2, Thrilling Times, who dropped back to 5th off the gate April 28th at Mohawk. He was gapping 5th on the final turn and gaining ground, but overtaken by closers down that lengthy stretch. He has 6 previous wins for Pascal Berube, the most recent on July 2nd, 2023. He's 3-1 right now from post 2, Thrilling Times. Number 6, Major Hill at 5-1 looks like Marie-Claude Auger's possible choice over RJ's Super Freak. He took back to single file 6th early Sunday and had a first over move in front of the grandstand, advanced along the backstretch in pursuit of Beef and Cheddar, and then lost momentum on the turn for home. More late speed from an outside post. That's a 6, Major Hill. Favoritism has shifted towards the 3, McWicked Time, even money right now in his debut for Guy Gagnon after trainer Robbie Robinson retired from driving. McWicked Time raced single file 4th at a lower classification here April 27th. He was first over on the backstretch and had a going away win over the 1-5 favorite Flash Cube. He's slightly up in class though, but getting a lot of support. Guy Gagnon having another good night, 3 wins so far. 6-5 right now, the price on favorite number 3, McWicked Time. The race 9 Pacers are now coming on track for the post parade. These Pacers are non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, and also eligible $18,000 claimers competing for a purse of $7,800 tonight. One is Time to Dancing, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained by Stéphane Pouliot and driven by Melanie Plourde. 2 is Thrilling Times, owned by Gilles Plourde with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec, driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is the 2-1 current favorite Mick Wicked Time, owned by Jacqueline Dinell of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained by Robbie Robinson and driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey and driven by Clark Stacey. 5 is RJ's Super Freak, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec, with Michel Blais. Robert Shepard drives. 6 is Major Hill, owned by Francois Morin, Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And 1 claim has been entered on the 7, Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. That's your field of 7 for race 9, which has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. I've just been informed by the racing office that there were multiple claims entered on number 7, Skylar. He is also current co-favorite at odds of 9-5, so he's popular in a lot of ways tonight. That's the 7, Skylar, but we're looking at the 9-5 favorite, number 2, Thrilling Times, my top choice here. Thrilling Times has some back class to him, and he's down in class here after last racing on April 28th at Mohawk, racing 5th early and gapping 5th on the final turn. He was gaining ground down the stretch, but collared by closers. What I like is he's teaming up again with his old friend Pascal Berube, for whom he has 6 previous wins. The most recent was on July 2nd, 2023, and that is largely because this horse has been racing with good success at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 5 wins last year, and he took a new lifetime mark there at age 8, 151-2 at Mohawk. So Thrilling Times, getting that class relief and back in line to a driver he clearly gets along with. Glenn Pearson's top selection, Skylar, is 2-1 right now. As mentioned, He had 2 off-the-pace victories from this same post position here last April. He's shown he can win from just about anywhere, and he was closing in on Beef and Cheddar last Sunday, getting within a length of that winner. Schuyler is slightly above the classification of his April 13th win, again going last to first for regular driver William Waugh. The starter has called the field for race 9. This is your last opportunity to play the late daily double. Number 2, Thrilling Times, continues to get the parimutuel support as the field lines up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Time to Dancing, Melanie Plourde. 2, Thrilling Times, Pascal Berube. 3, McWicked Time, Guy Gagnon. 4, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacey. 5, RJ Super Freak, Robert Shepard. 6, Major Hill, Marie-Claude Auger. And with multiple claims entered, number 7 is Schuyler for William Waugh. The field is moving onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch. Quickly approaching the start. And the Roth and pacing with speed from the inside. Time to Dancing using rail advantage, and on his outside, Thrilling Times engaged early, as is Arizona Jackson, making an early bid for Clark Stacey, but he's out there 3 wide as Thrilling Times fights on for Pascal Berube, and Time to Dancing continues to make a race of it to the opening quarter. Moving to the front, that's Thrilling Times, but he has yet to clear past the 27 flat opening quarter. Thrilling Times landing on the lead now with Time to Dancing in the pocket, and about a length and a half back in third. That's Arizona Jackson. First over now, starting up for Robert Shepard from 4th. That is RJ's Super Freak. Schuyler following him. Second over from 5th. McWicked Time underway. Third over from second last, and trailing at this point is Major Hill. They reach the half in 56-2, led by Thrilling Times, who has company. Here comes RJ's Super Freak, deployed unusually early by Robert Shepard. He's up to the saddlecloth and not advancing, so that's a parked out trip right now for RJ's Super Freak. Moving up the inside, Time to Dancing is third. Second over from 4th, looming the danger, Schuyler. Following from 5th on the inside, Arizona Jackson. Here comes a big 3 wide move. McWicked Time and Guy Gagnon past 3/4, 1:24-3. Coming after that leader, Thrilling Times, who looks vulnerable now. That's RJ's Super Freak, and McWicked Time going to hunt down the new leader if he can. He's running out of racetrack. RJ's Super Freak in command down the stretch, chasing him to the wire. Guy Gagnon and McWicked Time. One late surge, it appears to be RJ's Super Freak over McWicked Time. 1:53-1. Wait for the picture. A very close finish there. To my eye, it looks as though RJ's Super Freak, the 5, managed to hold off the 3, McWicked Time. We're looking at the slow-mo replay now. Very close on the wire. And results are now posted at odds of 4-1. Number 5, RJ's Super Freak gets the win over 6-5 at the last flash. Number 3, McWicked Time, second. 2, Thrilling Times, finished third, ahead of 6, Major Hill, fourth. 5-3-2-6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 9 winner. Number 5, RJ Super Freak, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Luck Be With You out of Promised Place. Owned and trained by Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardien, who shares ownership with Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. RJ Super Freak was bred by Jacob Smith of Knightstown, Indiana, driven to a second seasonal victory, and his fastest this year, 153-1, by Robert Shepard. Now on screen, there's that photo, a very close decision. On the inside, you can see RJ's Super Freak getting the win by nearly ahead over next closest McWicked Time in that battle to the wire. Race 9 results are now official and prices are posted. 5, RJ's Super Freak returns $10.80 to win. The $2 5-3 exactor pays $34.80. The $1 try 5-3-2 combination pays $68.45. The $1 superfecta $272.95 for the 5-3-2-6 combination. The race 9 rundown is now displayed. 1, Time to Dancing finished 5th. 2, Thrilling Times was 3rd. 6 to 5 favorite number 3, McWicked Time was 2nd. 4, Arizona Jackson 7th. 5, RJ's Super Freak, the winner for Robert Shepard, his second driving win of the night. 6, Major Hill closed for 4th, and 7, Skylar was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 5-3-2-7-1-4-6. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 153 and 1, a seasonal mark for RJ's Super Freak. Multiple claims were entered for number 7, Skylar, in race 9. He was claimed for $18,000 by new owner-trainer Danielle Dulude. We'd like to wish a happy birthday to Rachel from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton. Have a great night, Rachel. And we're taking a look at the track handicapper selections for upcoming race 10 with exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. The current favorite is my top choice here. After the scratch of the 1, Better Hold On Tight, a judge's scratch, injured. The 1 is out because of an injury, unfortunately. So that leaves Glenn and I with top 4 selections displayed, although this is a high five race, not a superfecta race. So I'm left with the 9 to 5 co-favorite right now. Number 5, Big Pete Style for Mike Armstrong and Pascal Berube. Glenn has the other 9 to 5 co-favorite. That's the 2 on the road to Texas for trainer-driver Jason Gilchrist. Neither of them has won a race this year, but that's the classification here for horses who have not achieved much in their last few starts. I'm using Glenn's top choice, 3rd, in my superfecta, or high five, I should say. Glenn likes the 4, Dr. Mickey, 2nd in his ticket. Then he's using the 5, Big Pete Style. And going to 3, Officer Jones, racing without Lasix tonight as his 4th choice horse. I like On the Road to Texas, 3rd, and then I'm going to Major Motion, 4th, but I think the 9, Monterey Jackie for Steve Germain, and driver Ryan Guy could improve here, a 2-time winner last season at this track. But not a lot to show in the win column for any of these. In fact, the only 2025 winner in this field was the 1, Better Hold On Tight, scratched, injured, and making this a very tough race from a handicapping perspective. Again, there's exactor, triactor, and super high five wagering in this second leg of the late double. As John McMillan would say, it's time for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. And the post parade is coming on track for race 10. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse here, $5,200. One, Better Hold On Tight as a judge's scratch. 2 is On the Road to Texas, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. 3 is Officer Jones, racing without Lasix for owner Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty and driven by William Waugh. 4 is Dr. Mickey, owned, trained, and driven by Paul Laframboise of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec. 5 is the current even money favorite, Big Pete Style, owned by Rachel Burns of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Pascal Berube. 6 is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation, along with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty, all of Ontario. Guy Gagnon drives. 7 is Major Motion, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario, and driven by Robert Shepard. 8 is Midnight Mood, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson, both of Edwards, Ontario, and driven by Clark Stacey. From trailing post 9, Monterey Jackie completes the field for owner-trainer Steve Germain of Ottawa. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. That's your race 10 field, scratched down to 8 pacers. There's exactor, triactor, and super high five wagering here. We're getting a closer look at Big Pete Style in line to Pascal Berube. This 13-year-old getting lots of respect in this group, possibly on the basis of his past accomplishments. A few years ago, he was the winningest horse in North America. Big Pete Style was caught in 5th at the half here Sunday and made a late move up the inside path. He closed in the field's co-fastest 29-1 last quarter for the returning Pascal Berube. That's the 5, Big Pete Style. With the 1, Better Hold On Tight scratched here, it opens things up quite a bit. A long shot might be able to get the job done here, although favorites have been having a good night overall. The 9, Monterey Jackie, is interesting. She recorded 2 Rideau Carleton wins last fall, racing on or near the pace, and was a winner for Ryan Guy here, September 8th. She did not race well in 2 late-season tries from the second tier at this track. That's the drawback that many handicappers have seen. She's 21-1 right now from post 9, Monterey Jackie. Glenn likes the 2 On the Road to Texas, getting post relief on a class hike. She came home in the field's co-fastest 29-1 closing quarter on Sunday. Number 7, Major Motion, 17-1 on the board, was a pace setter on Sunday and held on for fourth, but the post hurts. However you see it, it's time to play it. The starter has called the horses for race 10, the last of the night, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. 1, Better Hold On Tight is a judge's scratch, injured. 2 is On the Road to Texas for Jason Gilchrist. 3, Officer Jones, William Waugh. 4, Dr. Mickey, Paula Framboise. 5, Big Pete Style, Pascal Berube. 6, Friar Voltaire, Guy Gagnon. 7, Major Motion, Robert Shepard. 8, Midnight Mood, Clark Stacy. And the trailer is 9, Monterey Jackie for Ryan Guy. They're gradually getting in position on the turn and headed towards the Rideau Carleton backstretch for the last of the night. They're off and pacing, and Friar Voltaire leaving well for Guy Gagnon down the center of the track to land on the lead. Big Pete Style making an early bid to come after him. He's up into second, getting stretched out by On the Road to Texas. Third along the inside, Midnight Mood making an early first over attempt for Clark Stacy. He's now attempting to backpedal and find a place along the pylons in fourth. Friar Voltaire leading the way to a 28-1 opening quarter, shadowed by Big Pete Style sitting second. On the Road to Texas is going to try things first over from third, it looks like, although she's hesitating slightly. Here comes a move from Monterey Jackie. First over now, up into fourth on the outside, forcing the hand of Jason Gilchrist, who pulls the pocket with On the Road to Texas, to step out now and come first over into third. Monterey Jackie following that cover to the half, out there in fifth right now. On the inside in fourth, Midnight Mood looking for racing room. 59-1, the clocking to the half. They're still led by Friar Voltaire. Now on the outside, pressing the pace. On the Road to Texas looms the danger in second as Big Pete Style waits his turn in third. Backing down to fifth, Monterey Jackie moving up the inside. Midnight Mood, they're on the turn and coming for home now. They went by three quarters in 1:27-1. Others gearing up from the back of the field, but it will be hard to catch the leader at this point, and that's Friar Voltaire for Guy Gagnon taking a late attempt. Big Pete Style and Pascal Berube up to the sulky wheel and trying to take away the lead, but unsuccessfully. It's going to Friar Voltaire and Guy Gagnon over Big Pete Style, 156-3. Friar Voltaire responding to catch driver Guy Gagnon. Holding off the game, Big Pete Style down the stretch. Looks like Midnight Mood came on for show in this 156-3 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for the top 5 finishers in race 10. 6, Friar Voltaire, a 4-1 winner for Guy Gagnon. Over 5, Big Pete Style, second. 8, Midnight Mood was third. 3, Officer Jones, fourth at odds of 14-1. And the 35-1 shot 9, Monterey Jackie, was fifth. 6, 5, 8, 3, 9, the unofficial top 5 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 10 winner, number 6, Friar Voltaire, a 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Beamer, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation, along with Lloyd Stone and Michael Horwood, with trainer Victor Putty, all of Ontario. Friar Voltaire was bred by Stephanie Smith-Rohog of Ohio and driven to his first seasonal victory by Guy Gagnon. That's the 4th driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. And results are now official for race 10. Prices are posted. 6, Friar Voltaire returns $10.30 to win. The $2 6.5 exactor returns $41.70. It's 3 of 3 in the $1 pick 3. 4, 5, 6 combination pays $70.85. 4 of 4 in the late pick 4, $332.30. 5 of 5 in the pick 5, 20-cent edition, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. 5 of 5, $77.46, the payout there. The 20-cent super high 5, 6, 5, 8, 3, 9 combination returns $823.11. The $1 try 658, $145.35. The $2 late double $79.70 for the 5-6 duo. And again, that $1 pick 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 of 3, $70.85. The race 10 rundown is now on screen. 1, Better Hold On Tight, was scratched. 8-5 favorite number 2, On the Road to Texas, was 7th. 3, Officer Jones, 4th. 4, Dr. Mickey, was 6th. 5, Big Pete Style finished 2nd. 6, Friar Voltaire, a 4-1 winner for Guy Gagnon, his 4th driving win of the night. 7, Major Motion was 8th. 8, Midnight Mood finished 3rd. At 9, Monterey Jackie was 5th. From the top down, your program should read scratch 7, 4, 6, 2, 1, 8, 3, 5. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4. Actually, we'll start again. Here are the fractions: 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 59 and 1 at the half, 127 and 1 at 3/4, 156 and 3 the winning mile for Friar Voltaire. That's a new lifetime mark for Friar Voltaire. Congratulations. And that concludes our Sunday night card here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Tonight's handle, $272,644. Thanks to all who played along, and we hope you can join us for our next Wednesday night card, 6 p.m. post time, and that is May 14th. Make plans. Hope you can be part of the action here from the nation's capital. We'll catch you then. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.